Put them. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. We have all three of them. Well, four of them going right now. The fact that we need four is kind of terrible. All right. So here's where we're at right now. So the truck pivots at the wrong spot, which I want to fix. But before we do that, there is something that we should probably do, and it's get people into this map. Right? Like I would love to see some of these girls actually walking around here. So we're going to work on that. That's going to be the predominant thing that we work on today, is getting these girls walking around the map. Let's put this truck somewhere more meaningful. I feel like there's a way to do this where, like, as I move this, it actually moves the camera with it, but I feel like I could be wrong there. I know in Unreal you can do it. And I feel like you should be able to do it here. Okay. So first things first is we need to create we need to set up a bunch of different places here for this to work on. I thought I changed from game development to software development. There we go. On
Putting so
ye-
much pressure on. There we go.
yield shit sticks of a platform I called Kick. Game development. Ah. Okay. So let's start. Let's start by adding a bunch of her all over this area, and we're gonna do that first. We're gonna take a look at the nav mesh. Here's our lovely nav mesh. So the nav mesh is anywhere that where they can walk, right? So I think I can drive right through this, which is kind of a problem if you think about it. There's so much wrong with this map, but also so much right with it. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of like a little bit of one, a little bit the other kind of thing. I've thought about just deciding to scrap the idea of building my own system like vehicle system altogether, and actually just using a pre-existing one. And arguably it might be the right way to do it, but I feel I feel almost like that's cheating, right? Because like the the feel of like it's just it's such an important part of the game. That didn't feel right. Something feels off about this truck this time though. Like look how maybe it's just the way I'm hitting things. No, yeah, it bumped up. Never mind. I'm slowly going crazy. Okay. Okay, so I moved this over from one of my other projects and I don't remember all the details on how it works. So you're gonna have to bear with me while I do this. Oh, there's a band needed on here. I would say that I'm tired of streaming what was it? Tired of streaming to zero? Not on Kick. the, the one platform I don't give a shit about. Since their CEO doesn't really care about the platform, it's really hard to care about the platform. I need to do this torque. This torque here needs to be adjusted here. Do you know what is excessively annoying about Unity? How slow it is. Like the engine itself, not like the engine itself is just so unbelievably slow, right? Like it drives me crazy how slow it is. Um, turning turning point. Sure. This is fucking brilliant. This is fucking brilliant. My last Apex match, eh? My creative stream of this. Oh, oh man. My last Apex. Oh man. I'm trying to even remember the last time I streamed a video game. let, let's just start there, right? Like let's quite literally start with when was the last time I streamed a video game? It's oh man, it's so good. Okay, so we can close this. Hmm, that's not what I want. God damn it. Interesting. So how are we gonna do this then? Do, 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 do. I would like to adjust the um, turning point. What is the best way to do this? Here is my current code for turning. It's turning at the center of the truck, not the axle. Like, not the front axle, like I would like it to. Actually, this might work. Let's try this. I see exactly what they're doing here. Do, do, do. A yeah. So I don't. I just all I need to do is get, like I can actually just do this. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. We're gonna try this and see what it is, right? And all this is the front axle position is just this, right? Um, do, do, do. Well, did I call it front axle? What did I call it? Oh wait, no, I didn't make it. That's why. Vehicle handling. Okay. Now we wait a year. Okay, and then we're gonna rename this from turning point to front axle. Front axle point. Oops. I think it's there. It is. And we're just gonna do this. We're gonna do this here. We'll delete and just paste it back so we have everything. And we can get rid of this and this, this. And now that should work. Maybe. That might work. Only one way to find out. uh, I know why it's doing that. Okay. I put it too low. Oh, that's better. Okay. Now I think it's a bit too high. Let's bring it down. Maybe there. But it does feel better. Okay, wait. When I'm going backwards, if I go this way, yeah, it should steer the opposite. Okay, it is. Okay, wait. Sweet. How much? I think that this is too big. Like maybe if I go like this. No, I think it's the steering value needs to be adjusted. It's too high. Uh yeah, steer strength is a bit too high. Let's cut it in half. It steers like ice. It steers like it's on ice. It does feel like it's actually controlling now. Oh yeah, that's so much better. It's still a bit like a bit slidey, but I think what we need is we need more counter. We need more counters, right? So like we need friction, right? There's not enough friction, and I almost want to say that like maybe the the answer is like um increasing the so like if I look at this, right, and we go to the rigid body here, we have these like linear dampening, right? So like if okay, so if I go like this, right, and I crank this up, my truck will stop moving and feel heavy because there's some linear dampening. So I can adjust this on the fly, and same with the steering, right? Like we can if we crank this, my car will stop steering correctly. Let's bring this dampening down. But that's cool that we don't need that much dampening. I think the angular dampening will make the steering feel better. Let's go with a linear dampening of 1. Yeah, I think if we just affect the linear dampening, we can let the physics do the rest for us. I'm not even sure what I'm hitting here. What am I hitting? I'm hitting something. What am I hitting? It's something. I'm hitting something. But what is it? What is here? Is it this? Nope, it's not that. Then what is it? Is it this? Oh, this is this flagged as static? It is. That's why. I go like this, and then I move this up. No, still static. Let's do, there's a way to just view the collisions, right? I don't know what most of these do. Okay, so this here is a problem of, oh, that. Well, at least I figured out what I was hitting. I think I'm hitting this right here. Can I move this up so it's harder to hit? No. Damn. Well, I can kind of. Nobody's going to notice if it's floating a little bit. It's fine. We'll work that out. I might go in and just increase the length of these. That might be the solution to the problem. Um, or alternatively, if you can just destroy these things, that would be a better solution, I think, as a whole. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What's going on with her? Oh, right, I've got the wrong thing going. There we go. There we go. All right, so let's get her walking. So first things first is we want to be able to go boop boop. We want to have these be full, right? Because these places need to be quite full. I'm gonna move this over just a bit because that's a problem. It's a possible problem. Ugh, god damn it. Wait, can I pull this forward just a bit? Yeah, okay. Sweet. Okay, there we go. This is just because we want to have this not be in the way because we want people to like walk through here potentially. But I think right now they won't. No, they theoretically can. I don't know if they will though, because I think they might be too. I might have made these guys these these women a little bit too bulky for that. But only one way to find out. Let's create some waypoints. So I brought in my waypoint system from one of my other games or one of my other projects. And I think there was a way that I created a window. Waypoint manager. There we go. And yeah, okay. And then we do create an empty, and this would be a waypoint manager. And then we do this. There we go. And if memory serves me correctly, it doesn't matter. Okay, add a waypoint. Add a waypoint. Would it be that? Yeah, maybe. Add a waypoint. I do need to at some point go in and do some fixing on this because this isn't quite the way that I want it to be. But that is fine. Add a waypoint. Do-do-do. This isn't quite what I want anymore. Because, like, I want to be able to be like, here's an intersection. And then I believe that add branch was a bit something a bit different here. And this is an editor. Create branch. Select game object. Hmm. I think we just rebuild this entire thing from scratch. Well, not necessarily scratch, but give me two. I'll be right back. Okay, so waypoint. Yeah, I think that the entire idea here needs to be reworked. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna come into here and I'm gonna close this window for now. We're gonna delete this, save, right? We're gonna keep the idea of the waypoint editor. The waypoint window is good, but we want to get rid of a bunch of things here. So like I don't think that we need like we don't want to necessarily keep all of this. Actually, I'll keep all of this, but we're gonna rework waypoint, and we're gonna call it we're gonna put this under Truck-Kun, right? Directory AI. Add add a class. Right? That's not what I want. Add a Unity script on our behavior. Um, AI point of interest. AI waypoint. Okay. So effectively, these are going to be um, nodes inside of a extremely complicated linked list, right? So like the idea is that if I have a waypoint here, right, and a waypoint here, a waypoint here, and a waypoint here, and a waypoint here, and a waypoint here, I want to be able to go and then if we've got the intersection like this, right, and then we'll do like this, and then there's another waypoint here, and then this goes like that, and you can go from here to here, here to here, here to here, here to here, right? And obviously everything's bidirectional, right? This doesn't go well in a singularly linked list, right? So like this one here has to point to all of these, and all of these have to point to this one. What's up, Mecca? Sudo, when you have the chance, I have a problem. Sure. What's up? What's your problem? 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 When me and a friend share my project and add like plugins, it's fucked for the other dude. It stops being able to compile. Oh, yeah, no, that's normal. Where are you storing your plugins? This is going to entirely answer the question. One, what plugins are they? And two, where are you storing your plugins? I'm assuming this is the UE project, right? The plugins folder in the project or the plugins folder? Oh, EOS integrations kit. Interesting. Are you sharing the entirety of the EO plugins folder? How are you sharing the project? First, let's start there. Diversion? I've heard I've heard of it. It's been a long time since I've heard of it. God damn. Why diversion? I'm not attacking diversion. I'm like legitimately curious. Why diversion? It's easy to set up and 100 gigs free. You know what? That's not entirely a bad reason. Not entirely a bad deal there. Um, it sounds like so when you transfer things around, right? And specifically deal with C++ code. C++ code in Unreal makes things more challenging when you're sharing projects. I think this is the most recent one. Anyways, so you have to make sure that you've done this. Show more options. Always make sure that you've generated Visual Studio project files when you're adding new stuff. So that could be one of the problems. Maybe something's missing. Like if I add a plugin, right, that adds potentially some of the derived data or intermediate data, or like when I add a plugin, it can affect some of these here, like the binaries. The one of I don't think that it's the binaries. I think it's just the derived cache and the intermediate. And if my derived cache and intermediate is out of sync with yours, out of sync, right? So if I have something that you don't, right, then it can cause problems. It's not that common if you're utilizing, like, if you've got the plugins in here and and they come from the store, I think they're usually pretty safe. Um but if you're having problems, you'll want to start by like removing I think it's the intermediate and the derived cache. In some rare cases, the saved stuff, but you want to be very careful when you're deleting the saved folder, just because that contains other things as well. Anyways, and then you do the generate Visual Studio project files. and it will refresh this, right? So I'm gonna it's safer for me to say always in these situations, right? So like for example, this project I can launch through double clicking on this and it will launch, right? But it is safer to launch it through here and hit the run and let it actually compile on my system and build, right? That could be another thing is like maybe part of the plugin hasn't been built. If you're not running it through here, then it might not be building. Part of like the plugin might not be building correctly, where it won't allow me to delete folders like intermediate says I don't have permission. That's a version control issue. That's this. This is preventing that. Yeah. So like as far as these guys go, I have no idea, right? Like I'm not sure what they do. But if it's not letting you delete a folder and it's saying that you don't have permissions, it's and you're using this version control system, it could be this. Because most version control systems, and this is always something to be aware of, right, when you're doing version control, is most version control systems don't work the same way Git does, because Git is kind of unique. So a lot of older version control systems, and the one that you're using is an older version control system, the source of truth is the server, right? So you have your server, right? And this is your source of truth, right? And when you make changes local changes, it syncs to the server. So if I delete a file, it could propagate to the server and then propagate down to the other person's computer, right? And if that's the case, then maybe I'm deleting something that they're actively working on. And so it locks it to prevent me from doing that, right? Where what so what Git does though, Git being a bit different is the source of truth for your computer is your computer. Source of truth for the other person, your person you're working with is their computer, and then your backup is the server. I don't like I don't know exactly how their software works or their version control system works. So like I can tell you that the problem that you're having is with that, right? Like the problem of not being able to delete those folders is with the version control system. Whether or not turning off sync is going to fix the problem or not, I'm unsure. And whether or not that might bring other problems or not, I'm unsure because I've not used that system. So I can't speak with any level of authority on it, right? Um, I can explain like how some version control systems kind of work, but without actually like digging into them, my information is lacking. So these are general ideas, right? Like they're everything I'm talking about, unless it's Git specifically for version control, you have to take with the understanding that I've not really used them and I've not really looked into them very deeply. So like I know a little bit about like Subversion because I've had to use it at a job that I worked at and I hate it. I'm not a big fan of Subversion, right? And a lot of older systems for version control work like Subvision did. Subvision. I don't think I'm saying it right anymore. Anyways, a lot of older systems work that way, as SVN, and I'm not a big fan of the way they work because like the server is the source of truth and you have to like lock things on the server and it locks it for everybody kind of thing. And I don't like that, right? What Git does, and this is the one that I use because it's kind of the industry standard. And if you go work at a company, you're going to be using Git, right? Is this is your server. Like your computer is your source of truth. Uh, your friend's computer is their friend source of truth, and your remote server is a backup effectively of all of your changes, right? So all of your changes live on your machine, and you send your changes up to the server, right? And then they pull down the changes, right? But effectively, the server just has a bunch of changes, right? Like it's a bunch of changes. It's a giant log. Git works as a log. Like I did this change, right? X Y Z 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So this might have something in it, and this has something in it, and then it just, in order to get to the current working state, it just applies all of these changes recursive, like one after another. And once we get to the end, you get to, oh, here's my current working version, right? But if we want to see what did the file look like here, we just apply these changes and don't ever apply this one, right? Where some other version control systems are like, the change is the file, right? Like it's the actual file, and then we just have a new copy of the file, right? And then we have a new copy of the file, right? Where Git is entirely based off of like the actual the changes and the changes only, right? So you have your starting file. Here's my starting file, right? And then we've got the first little bit of the file, right? And then we'll say the next one here we'll do in this color, and then we're gonna come in and we're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna do this, and then we come in with another change and we do this. We come in with another change, maybe we add here, and then we come in with this one and we add here, and then we come in with this other one and we add like here, come in with this red and we extend here, and stuff like that. And each color is just this exact change. And then when it comes time to build this, everybody just has this change, all these changes, and you just apply them all as you go. Now, in Git, there's LFS, and LFS actually locks the file for everybody. It propagates a locked file for everybody. And that's only because like Git doesn't work well with really large files like binaries and stuff like that entirely change. So, yeah, I don't know how to fix your problem, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I don't have better news. What was I doing again? Oh, right. There we go. That helped with the version control potentially fucking it. Yeah, like hopefully it's not too bad. Public. There's a reason why I'm gonna have this be this. Waypoints. Wait, no. This is wrong. Oh, hey, Chrono. Do, 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 do. Connecting waypoints. Are you doing game dev? Yes, I am. Which also means that I'm doing data structures and algorithms. How goes it? Things are going okay. Uh, do, do, do. Public waypoint. Get AI waypoint. Get next waypoint. Now I need a way to randomly get a number, like randomly choose from these waypoints here. To do that, Unity random element from list from a array. Is that it? Mm, okay. +1. This is an example of how to fix that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Actually, wait. No, because we still need the. Oh wait, no. We can do. Yeah, because we can do a random waypoint that's not. Wait. You were asking Chrono if they were a game dev. That's my bad. Yeah, sorry. Connecting waypoints. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is this being weird? Here we go. Dot length. And then we get a random one. Some people say you're only a game dev if you have made money on a game you make. So that's fundamentally the absolutely just absolutely stupid take I've ever heard. You are a game dev if you build any game, like any game at all. Those some people are stupid. A game dev is just like anybody who makes any games at all. Period. Now there is an argument for pro, right? So a pro game dev is someone who makes money from games. A game dev is anyone that makes any video games, any games. I also got another question, but about general programming. Sure. Clap. Yeah, Chrono's right. Some people are stupid. Okay, we're gonna grab we're gonna do this. I am barely is this inclusive or exclusive? Oh, it's exclusive. Sweet. I love that they put that. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to return connecting waypoints, and then we put in the index. Then what we want is we want to actually test whether or not the so what we're going to do AI waypoint next waypoint equals this. And then we do a while next waypoint equals current to do AI waypoint current waypoint current waypoint. Uh, this feels more right. There we go. Okay, so when I have yeah, it's definitely one of the nice things about having a language that's entirely developed by a massive multi-trillion dollar company. Okay, so when I have third-party dependencies like DLLs, libs, etc., how can I make sure when the final program is ready, people don't need to download those same dependencies? It comes prepackaged working. Where are you releasing? Where where do you release the title? Well, no, because there's actually a problem with uh but yeah, for the most part, if it's a third party that isn't like a Microsoft one specifically, you do it through statically linked libraries. GitHub. Wait, if you're using GitHub, why are you using something else for version control? Just use GitHub. Like if your plan is to release binaries on GitHub effectively, just use GitHub for version control. Two different projects. Oh, okay, okay. Um, there's there's no way around it. Statically linked libraries are the best way to go. Period. If you want something to be portable. But if somebody's doing development, like if somebody's downloading a project and compiling it, um, they're going to have to download stuff. So you shouldn't worry too much about it. Now you should make it as portable as possible within reason for you, right? Because this is I'm assuming this is an Unreal game still, or an Unreal project still. So you should make it as easy for you as possible, but they're still gonna have to download all the Unreal stuff and all of that, like Visual Studio Code stuff or Visual Studio stuff, and install all the Microsoft dependencies and stuff like that. Like there's literally no way around that. You can just add to the README all the links to everything. Yeah. So you just make like a README, and you just add everything in the README file. So it'd be like readme.md. And then when you land on that GitHub project, you have a full list of all the things that you need to do. And that's the absolute best way to do it. If you're publishing to GitHub. Now, if you're publishing on the Steam store, like if you're publishing on Steam, Steam takes care of that for you for certain dependencies, as far as I'm aware. And then Itch, it's kind of hit or miss. Um, there's that one package in Unreal projects now that's like it requires you to go download something from Microsoft, or you can like package it so it auto installs, but then you have to restart your computer, and it pisses me off. I like statically linked, but dynamically links allows for smaller updates as you can target individual DLLs. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like a bit of both. I know with like Unreal projects specifically, it's hard, like it's next to impossible to do full static linking, as far as I'm aware. Would be nice though. Isn't like Unity is mostly static linked, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. Let's rename this. Oh, wait. No, I don't want this at all. No, stop. There we go. Waypoint editor. So one last question before I probs goof off rest of the stream. So it looks like you, for an entry level job, what programming projects or cybersecurity ones hiring managers like to see? Um, it depends on the company. It's kind of too dependent on the company. Um, I think right now, like in right this moment, right? One sec. I gotta take care of that real quick. Like right this very second, I think the it's probably actually it's probably just like your best bet is to probably do cool. Um no, I'm not part of that Discord. Samuel EC16. Uh, graphics, because that's a big one. Wait, sorry, give me one sec. Let me see if I can catch up here. Um, okay, so entry level programming job. Do it's kind of difficult because like things have changed so much in the past like couple of years that it's kind of hard to say what's what's going to be on hiring managers' minds, right? So like right now it seems like leak code is probably a really good one. But if you're looking to get into graphics programming, I'd argue that you shouldn't be using Unreal, right? Like if you really want to do graphics programming, Unity is actually a better game engine, right? No, but like you said, all right, let's say graphics because I'm big on that, right? So if you want to really get no, but So if you really, 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 really want to get into graphics programming specifically, right? Like specifically graphics programming, Unity is a far better engine for graphics programming than Unreal, right? Because Unity allows you deeper access to every step of the rendering engine, and Unreal pushes you away from that, right? So like at in Unity you have full access to the rendering engine every step of the way. And in Unreal you have access at specific designated points. If you Another one that would be really good for graphics programming is Godot. Godot's really good for graphics programming too, because you have full access to everything. Um, I still like you. Don't get me wrong. UE is still my favorite engine by far. It is leaps and bounds. The programming systems, like the actual systems baked into it, are just so far superior to any other game engine on the market, in my opinion. And I wrap my head around how to work with Unreal far better than Unity and Godot and all of the other ones. But like, been doing OpenGL tutorials and thinking about doing DirectX or Vulkan. Those are good, right? But like it depends on like it really depends on like what area you want to be in, right, Mecca? So like if you want to do engine development's different than graphics programming, which is different than game systems programming, which is different than there's a lot of different parts that have specialties, right? So when you say graphics programming is like complex shader development and rendering and stuff, complex shader development, right? Because that's graphics programming, right? That's like what it is. And the best person to watch on YouTube for that is Acerola, because that's actually what he does. I think he officially stopped doing that professionally and he started just making his YouTube videos, but that's what he did. That's what he at least did or still does. I can't remember. But he's like incredibly skilled at that one niche area of programming. Yeah. So like what he does is graphics programming. Then if the Cherno Chorno blah, blah, blah. Cherno. I spelled that wrong. This guy's a game engine developer, right? and and engine development is different than graphics programming. It has some graphics programming in it, but graphics programmers are a different niche, effectively, right? And then there's the game system developers, which if I was to ever go into game dev, I'd be a systems developer or a tooler. I'd do tooling or systems, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a decent spot to start. But Mecca, what is your like what area do you find yourself gravitating towards? Like what area of programming do you find the most interest? Let's actually figure out what you want to do, right? Like what area of programming interests you the most? Let's talk about it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some tea. don't know. I tried web dev, hated it. Felt the most best working with C++ or C, honestly. I think anything that doesn't got to do with CSS. Not all web dev has to do with CSS. If you're a proper backend developer, you don't do CSS. Like if your job title is actually backend developer, you build web APIs and you don't do any CSS. But what is it about CSS that you don't like? Like for me, I know what part of front end development, which is the CSS part, the CSS and JavaScript part of web dev that I don't like, and it's the graphics side of it. I don't. I just don't. I don't care about it. Like I find it tedious and boring. Right now, with that being said, you still have to learn how to do it. Right, but like um you don't necessarily have to do that if you want to do web dev, right? Just a lot of people focus very heavily on it. So like the most of the work that I do when at like actual companies isn't like I don't think that I've written CSS at work in like 3 years. Like the last time I wrote actually no. I don't think I've ever actually written CSS at work. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been paid to actually write CSS. The closest I got to writing CSS at work is Tailwind. This is the closest I've ever gotten to being paid to write CSS. I've never written CSS at work outside of like what you do is you like. So if we come into here break after, right? Actually, that's probably a bad way of showing it here. We can show this, right? And you do these classes, right? Here's a flex, and then you do a flex row to tell it that you want a row, and then you give these, and then it creates this. About it being switching between a lot of CSS libraries. Well, I have a solution then. Put down the CSS libraries and stop doing it. Start focusing on the parts right now. Like right now, at the very beginning, you should be focusing on what keeps you developing. CSS is not a programming language, it's a way of describing style, right? So don't worry about CSS. If it's making you not want to program, then don't do it. Right? For now. It like CSS is just making things look pretty on the front end. So if you don't care what it looks like, then it doesn't matter, right? But effectively there's two areas to web development, right? That you need to keep in mind. There is the front end, and that is CSS, JavaScript, um and HTML. And then there is the back end, which is effectively at this point in life, JSON APIs and that's it. Effectively. W stream, thanks. You should post your stream in the kick. I'm not part of that Discord. Um, yeah. So like you've got when it comes to web dev, you've got two options. You either do front end or you do back end. Yeah, technically you can do both if you really want to. But if you don't like CSS, what you want to do is just build, like if you don't want to do front end, what you do is just build web APIs, right? And then you go hunt down a friend that doesn't mind doing the front end side of it, and you trick them into doing the front end for you, and then you don't have to do the front end. And that's always been my trick here. So like if I go to this, that's Stage House, not Stag House. Did I spell his name wrong again? Stag House. Oops. What? Whatever. Anyways, I've got a friend. He works at Disney. He's a front end developer, and I just trick him into doing um my front ends. But also like just keep your front end simple, dude. And then you don't have to worry too much about them. Like don't worry about making really beautiful front ends. But if game development's more interesting to you, then focus on game dev, right? And making small projects. The most important thing when you're trying to get hired is, can you prove that you can actually do the work, right? And then the next, so if you can prove that you can do the work, that's kind of like the bare minimum. You need to be able to prove that you can do the work. Now, proof that you can do the work is going to vary depending on the company that you're applying for. And god damn, I feel like Kick is just entirely full of bots. Sorry. Um anyways, so uh the let me snooze this. So if you're looking to get hired, the first thing that you need to do is worry about, can I do the job, right? Then the next thing that you want to do is make sure that you can I prove that I can do the job, right? And the third thing is, can I get past the interview? Right? Obviously and then when you're actually applying, you've got to flip it upside down. It's, can I get past the interview? Can I and then, can I do the job? Those are the only two things that matter when you're applying for jobs. And the easiest way to guarantee that you can get past the interview is just do a bunch of leak code. And drill. What you do is you take a drill and you drill into your brain and give yourself a nice little lobotomy. You lobotomize yourself a little bit, and then the question of, can I do enough leak code to make it past the interview question? The interview is the only thing that matters, and then once you get hired, you figure out the rest of it. Please don't actually do that though. Don't actually drill your head. But yeah, like if you're looking for projects that hiring managers want to see, it's easier to just put out there things that they don't want to see. They don't want to see a to-do app, because everybody makes to-do apps, because that's what everybody tells everybody to do. Go make a to-do app. And it's just like, to-do apps are fine if you expand on them to the nth degree, right? Like there's the base, this is what a to-do app is. And then there's like, okay, so it's a to-do app that's web powered, like is powered by a web API that has a full uh, iPhone and Android application and a web interface, and does push notifications and does this and does that and does this other thing and has all these extra integrations and stuff like that. Like that would be a to-do app that you could talk about. The trick is to find a project that you can talk passionately about, that you've completed or are deep in, like fairly far along into, and is interesting, right? If you can touch those three, when people ask you in an interview to talk about a project, that's the type of project that they're looking for, right? So, like, for example, like with my current project, I can talk about, oh, like I had to do all the OAuth 2.1 integrations by hand because there wasn't a third party library that I could rely on for it. And then because I don't have um, because there's no third party libraries for integrating with the web APIs, I have to roll all my own web API libraries for every single service that I'm integrating with, and I'm integrating with these three services. So I've had to do OAuth for all three of them, and then I've had to do this for all three of them too. And I'm just like building it out slowly, and then there's WebSockets and a web front end with a chat system on it and stuff like that. And you get to talk about these interesting topics and like how you've solved the problem and stuff like that. And that's what they want to see when you're interviewing. They want to see that you're interested in there. Yeah, that's web front end. It's JavaScript. If it's JavaScript and goes if it loads inside of a browser, it's front end. But like threes threes JS is a bit like it's a different kind of front end, right? Because like threes JS is like, or three JS, that's a 3D library, isn't it? Yeah. So like it's front end, but it's also game programming at the same time. If you wanna get away with doing like this level of development, right? But you want to do it in C or C++, you should take a look at Raylib. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, that's what this one is. Interesting. What's this one? Oh, neat. Neat. Um, Three.js mentioned. Uh, what's up, Don? Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know. Don actually might be able to answer that question. Do people actually care about portfolios anymore? Like how do portfolios work, Don? Also, Becca, give Don a follow. Don, Don here. Don helps people get hired. Like a lot of the questions that you're asking me, Don actually knows a lot more about the like interviewing process and stuff like that than I do. Especially for you, because like I can only tell you about Vancouver and Canada, and Canada is a very different area than somewhere else. You've been following Don? Okay, that's good. Yeah. But Don knows his shit about this stuff, so like he's probably the best person to ask some of those questions to. Portfolios are very helpful for junior devs, but you can land the same land in the same traps of being told to build a generic one, just like a generic to do app. That's totally what I said. Yeah, like I think for where I'm at, like the 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 biggest thing about like personal projects is it just lets me talk about like more interesting problems, because like for the most part I don't really get interesting problems at work anymore. Actually, I should preference that. I I don't find the problems that I solve at work very interesting. So I use my personal projects to solve what I find interesting problems. Yeah. It can also be nice because you can show actual code, right? Especially if you like open source it. Oh, I'm on an ad break. Fuck me. Apparently Dawn didn't get the ad. it, it it's I got YouTube pulled up too. Okay, that's why. Um yeah, I was just done. I was just saying that like you're right. Like I told Mecca don't do like build a project, don't do a to do app. They're too generic. Um but if you are going to do a to do app, you got to make sure that you go above and beyond with like what the to do app does because you need it to like demo like crazy shit to make a to do app worthwhile looking at. Um, but then at that point, like, it's just like, why are you still applying? Because by that point, somebody's probably going to pay you to use it. Oh, like if you go online and ask people like what you should do as a project, they're just gonna be like, just do it, build a to do app. You don't get too bored of them. Yeah, I don't use them either. That's why that's why I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Don, we were trying to figure out like what style of development best suits Mecha, and I'm not entirely sure. He doesn't like CSS. He does seem to enjoy like C++, C, and like desktop development. Um, he doesn't like web dev, but that's only because he doesn't like CSS. But yeah, no, I'm on the struggle bus trying to figure out what to suggest for him. I'm trying to remember how this works. I all do have my security plus since February, but haven't landed a job yet. Oh, that's because you need more than security plus for anything. Is this the? I think this is the company. This is one of the companies. You want, you want like these ones. Yeah, CompTIA is no CompTIA is shit. You want these ones. And the more specialized you get, the greater. Yeah. There's this company is really well known, like well regarded. There's one, at least it used to be, and it started with an N. I think it started with an N. There's this Microsoft certs, which can be good. CompTIA is your entry level certs for, yeah, whatever. Oh, so Microsoft, go get your Microsoft certs. If you want government, Microsoft is the way to go. Well, so the hard part with security is that, like, security can be very difficult to get into, but once you get into security, it's very easy to stay in security. But if you specifically want government jobs, what you do is you go onto the government website, look for security positions, and look at the certs that they're asking for and go get those certs. Look for like senior level positions and stuff like that, then intermediate and junior, and go get every single one of the certs that they're asking for. Because if you're wanting government jobs, those are not requests, those are requirements. Like, we're not talking like soft requirements, those are hard requirements. You have to have those certs or else somebody can sue. In some situations, you are required to have the cert in order to perform the job, right? Like there are certain positions, like I was wanting to apply for a position at a telco for a specific type of networking. And in order to apply for that job, you actually are required by law to have a specific Cisco certification. Because if you do not have that, Cisco does not allow you to operate on the switches that are required for you to operate on in order to do your job. And Cisco has like a hard requirement of you need this many people to get our badge of approval, and the government requires that you have that badge of the government in my country required that you had that badge of approval from Cisco in order to meet the regulatory bodies certificate effectively to say that you're allowed to do this job effectively. So it's just like, yeah, um, worry about getting in, then worry about sponsorship, because companies will sponsor you to go get higher level certificates, but you need an in first, and your in shouldn't be CompTIA. 100% of jobs will sponsor you to go get all the certs that you need to move up, because security people are very difficult to find and very difficult to retain because there's so much money in that area. So all you want to do is get the minimum certificates that you can possibly do in order to actually get hired. Once you get hired, you're sponsored for everything that you need past there. Yeah. So don't even fret. Just, unfortunately, you've got to put a lot of money forward to go get those certificates in the meantime, and you know, like, go get these general certs from companies like this. No, no. I've worked in security. I found that I do not actually enjoy it. I worked at a security firm. I worked with security. I used when I was at Hootsuite, I like went and did lunches with the security teams and spent time with the security team and chatted with the security team a lot. And if you really want to get into security, you need to go get your certificates. Um, I spent time talking to security people at telcos in Canada, right? One of the largest telcos in Canada. And again, the underpinning of it is Go get your certs. Yeah, if you can get somebody to pay for the certs for you, go do that. But yeah, like you need these certs, right? Not necessarily like the this one specifically or this one specifically, but you need certs. If you want to work in security, you need to be certified. Because all these certifications are these certifications these certifications are for the company to say you can't sue me. My security experts are certified, saying that they know what they're doing, and that means that you can't sue me. Or if they do have to go to court, they can be like, our people are certified. They've got these pieces of paper that say that they know what they're doing, so therefore, it's not our fault. No, it's just a buffer for when you go into, because like the layperson, right? Like when the average person, if it's like, oh, this person is a certified information system security professional, um, they've passed the test that states that they know what the fuck they're doing. When you go into a courtroom for that, and the company is like, oh yeah, like all of my security professionals are self-taught and they don't have any certificates, then the layperson on the jury that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, or the judge that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to this stuff, is going to be like, oh, wait, what? Why are they not certified? There's certifications that you should get for this stuff that say they know what they're doing. Why don't you have a team that's full of that? And it's just legal stupidity. So they care, but they care because it's a legal thing. Yeah, some of the best security professionals I've ever met don't really they don't talk about their certs because they don't fucking care, because certs don't matter at the end of the day. Performance matters. Just like developers don't really care about leak code. Like real developers don't care about leak code. They care about leak code if it gets them the job. Network professionals don't care about the network certificates after they like it's just a tool to get the job. Now, what the fuck was I doing again? Wait, where did my turning go? I can't turn anymore. What's going on? Oh, wait. I'm not sure. Look at that. I crashed Unity. What the fuck did I do to crash it? Wait, what? Where's the change? I don't see a change here. Wait a ding dong moment. Oh wait, no, that's the acceleration point. I want the axle point. Front axle. Tech question, not goof ones. But only for this stream though. Wait, what? Uh sure, I suppose. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, yeah. There we go. I got my steering back apparently. I can't tell whether or not this reverses the way that I want it to be or not. No, that is, yeah. There we go. Okay, so let's get this waypoint. Let's build a new system. Close. We are going to do this and add, what is this? This is just a class? Okay. And then AI POI editor. This is going to be actually no, we can leave this as pseudocode. Okay. So first things first, we need using Unity editor and Unity engine. These are both probably going to come up. And we need initialize on load, I think. Yeah. Draw gizmo. Public static void on okay, and this is going to be a POI, no, not here, in here, AI POI. AI POI. And there we go. And then this will be gizmo type. That's the law. The okay here. Yeah, this. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. So does Unity let you use whatever editor you want? Yes. How you edit the code is not important to the engine. Just like in Unreal, you can use whatever editor you want. Although Unreal needs deeper ties into the editor because of all the macros and meta programming that's in there. It makes it very difficult if you don't have deep ties. Absolutely. Yeah, you can do that with Unreal too. I think you've probably already done it with Unreal then. So you do not have to use Visual Studio to build games. You can use Visual Studio Code if you prefer Visual Studio Code. Use the system that you like the most. Yeah. There's an ad coming in 23 seconds. But use whatever editor or environment that you are most productive in. Okay, where were we here? Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, you're still watching on YouTube. I'm gonna wait for the ad to wait, is the ad running now or did it just not run an ad or did my ad finish? I'm so confused. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm not getting an ad. um okay. Um interesting. Okay, so have I used NeoVim? No. I've used Vim as my primary editor though. But there are certain things that just oh, now it's running. You're enjoying my stream? Oh, look, it's another bot. Today I have not had a single actual person show up from Kick. I've not had a single real Kick person actually show up on the stream today. Why? Because Kick is not a serious platform. It is a platform that is entirely powered by bots and fucking people who don't actually give a shit about streaming. Oh, you showed up just to follow me? I had one person. Okay, so let's actually create a manager. Some do, most don't. AI, POI, manager. There's the waypoint manager. Yeah, most companies and most people don't give a shit about open source because open source it that they're not the issue is that the most people aren't going to POI manager window. Most companies unfortunately don't care about open source because they're not going to bother going through your projects. Yeah, but like, so if you're applying for a job at a company that does a lot of open source, they might actually care and they might actually look into it. Waypoint. I don't care about the width. I think that's yeah, okay, that's that one. Please assign root transform. A root. Please assign a you must have a point of interest manager set. Okay, what does draw button do? Oh, draw buttons. Populate waypoints. So you still working on LAPD? LAPD is on hold right now. No, because he's working on something else. Hmm. I I I honestly believe that he wants to do LAPD on some level, but I don't know if he's ready for LAP for that game. It is a very large, very difficult game to make. Um, he's not difficult. No, he's no more difficult than working with any incredibly like artistic person. He has a vision and it's his game. So at the end of the day, it's his vision, right? Just like Truck-Kun, anybody who wants to work on Truck-Kun with me does have to abide by the fact that this game is my vision, and and anything that happens in this game is going to be my vision, right? And it just is what it is. Add point of interest. Yeah. Anytime you're dealing with incredibly creative people, it's gonna be like that. How do I have add waypoint and populate waypoint? I thought I got rid of everything. Oh, here's wait, no, that's supposed to be add point of interest. Where's the Oh, that's why. What? Hillian girl with I am not sure what that means, Funky, but sup, man? So what was the result of trying to get Unreal to look the way you wanted to? I am about ready to give up. I think I gave up on it. I don't want to fight the rendering engine. I was having a conversation with the guy who I was working with on LAPD, and he doesn't really understand my complaint about Unreal. And that's fair because I don't expect him to. But yeah, my complaint about Unreal when it comes to the rendering engine is that I don't actually like the Unreal rendering engine because it's too hyper focused on realism, and I don't like that. But he really cares about hyper realism. Like all of his games are always realism, right? Like he's working on a side project right now, and his side project is again, it's hyper realism. And honestly, I personally I find that hyper realism is just so hard to actually get looking good, right? And I don't think out of the box Unreal looks good for hyper realism. Like the character doesn't look bad by any means, right? But like it's it's not my type of character, right? Yeah. Like my issue with it is that it's so easy to fall into the uncanny valley, and it ages like sour milk. I find that hyper realism ages like milk, and stylized ages like wine. If the game looks good stylized today, it will look good stylized 10 years from now. All right, Funky. See you in a little bit. Yeah, like, well, to be fair, WoW's updated, right? Old human, new human. Like the old stuff actually doesn't look as good. Welcome back, Funky. Like you can definitely see the progression of uh of adding more polys and just better design overall, but like with the new stuff versus the classic stuff. But like the classic stuff isn't so egregious that it's like it's hard to look at. And I think that's really where it comes in, right? Like the old WoW characters are still good, decent looking. They don't look like shit. Yeah, like it's it's definitely better. But like even their upgrade, like they didn't go for like their update is still hyper like pretty damn stylized, right? And I just think that stylized games age better. There is the problem that like there's so many free assets for more hyper realism, and hyper realism gets covered a lot more because of that, I think. So like hyper realistic character stuff is just like easier to get assets, pre-made assets for, right? Because like stylized, you need it to fit whatever your stylized is, right? So it makes it much more challenging to get cohesive sets unless you're getting all from a singular developer. Where realism is realism is realism, right? And you real if somebody's doing realism, you can grab a 3D model. Yeah, you can, but they're shit. You can do it. You don't want to. Create branch. Create waypoint before. Create point POI. Is this pot? What happened to the? It's on hold. That's it. I still think it's going to get done. It's just going to take a while. Waypoint route. How was I doing this? Waypoint object equals waypoint object. Okay, so this is the new waypoint object. Set parent is waypoint route. Right, that puts it under there. Get component waypoint. Yeah. Selected waypoint. Oh, wait. Actually, we don't really care about that. We care about this. The waypoint route is the POI, point of interest manager. This is going to be important at some point. So I'll just copy that over. This is not that important. But now what we can do is we can do this. Now if we come into here, we can add a point of interest. So here's my manager, right? It's selected. Now if I add a point of interest, there. And then if I add another point of interest, oops. Oh yeah. All right, I'll be right back. Oh look, it's another bot advertising Kick Fam. Do you know what I will never do? Use that fucking Discord because it's a scam Discord. It was like 90% of fucking Kick. Mm. I started using I started streaming on Kick when I was because because of that multi-chat moderation tool, because is a relatively popular platform. And if you're gonna do a multi-stream chat system, you need to incorporate the at least the three biggest platforms. And that's yeah. But fucking Kick's a worthless platform. It's a dog shit platform. It should not ever be taken seriously. Yeah. There's no part of Kick that I take seriously. The CEO LARPs as somebody who cares about streaming. And I think he likes the idea of streaming more than he enjoys, like more than he cares about it. Because Kick, the entirety of the platform of Kick screams, I don't care about streaming. I care about the fame of streaming, not actually streaming. Yeah. So like Kick, Kick is two things. It is a advertisement arm of Stake. So it's an advertisement for illegal gambling in the States. And then um it is a competitor. It is a competitor. Yeah. Yeah. Stake. Mm. Yeah. So it's an advertisement arm of Stake. Is the primary reason why Kick exists is so that they can advertise Stake to on streams. That is the sole reason why why Kick was started to begin with. The CEO of Kick streams quite regularly on the platform, and he really enjoys streaming. I don't think that he actually enjoys. No, Trainwrecks is he's involved, but he is not the CEO. Um, who is the CEO of Kick? Yeah, like he's a very intelligent man, right? But yeah, Ed is the CEO. Um, Trainwrecks is just involved. I don't know if he's involved financially or anything like that. Like I don't know Trainwreck's involvement in Kick. I know that he's involved in some manner, right? But like if it's a financial involvement, if he's an early investor or like where he falls into this, I don't know. Because Kick is not publicly traded, so uh, uh, all any information that we know about the internals of Kick are because somebody has leaked that information, right? That information could be leaked from Ed himself, right? It's a leak technically, as in they gave it willingly. They did not have to give it out. We know more about the interworkings of Twitch and YouTube because by law, those two companies have to release that information, right? They have follow certain rules. Yeah, because it's not traded, they don't have to follow those rules. Um, because Kick and YouTube us because Twitch and YouTube are publicly traded, they have to follow a different set of rules. Um, but also like Stake, the company that owns Kick, will never is an illegal gambling site. Like it's an illegal company. They do illegal shit all the time, right? Like it is what it is, right? They're an illicit gambling company. Like if I'm not mistaken, Americans are still not legally allowed to gamble on Stake, but yet they predominantly advertise to Americans by promoting American and Canadian streamers um, to get them to gamble uh, d- fake gamble on their platform to promote the platform to people to get those people to go lose their life fortune on Stake. And it is such a absolutely dog shit practice in my opinion, right? I will never have much respect for the platform, but like Ed here, I don't believe that he actually gives a shit about the platform Kick so much as he enjoys the act of streaming. And um Kick is the byproduct of him having enough money to fund him wanting to stream. Like he just wants to stream, and YouTube does not have a good streaming platform, arguably. And this gave him the ability to marry two things that he likes, making money and streaming. Although arguably Kick will never make him money. Oh yeah, no. Yeah. Like he's young and he's a self-made billionaire. But like he's a self-made billionaire off of doing illegal things. Right? Like he's very intelligent. Yeah. He does he is he is the co-founder of an illegal gambling site. Yeah. So like Kick, there's nothing illegal about Kick. Kick is all above board. Stake is an illegal gambling site. And I say that because they are incorporated in an area that you're not allowed, like, and unless this has changed, and it's possible that this has changed. You're not legally allowed to use stake if you live in the States. If you're in America, you're not legally allowed to use stake. Unless they've gone through the process of getting legally getting their license in America, they're not legally allowed to allow Americans on their platform. Yeah. How do I get this to like do. Oh, this is what it is. Hmm. I think they're going to say this can be const, right? Yeah. So like the issue with stake is that like unless they've gotten their license for America, You're not legally allowed to gamble on stake if you are inside of America. But yet they predominantly um they predominantly advertise to Americans because they want the American money. And then they predominantly they allow Americans to sign up. They knowingly allow Americans to sign up and utilize the platform. Um which which unless they have their license is actually illegal. But it's not prosecutable, right? As far as I'm aware. Yeah. So it's one of those things where it's like they do things that are technically illegal. Nobody likes ads on Twitch. They're terrible. They interrupt everything. It's a terrible system. And Kick has promised that they will be doing it in the future. But the ads that you're going to get on Kick are going to be much different than the ads that you're going to get on Twitch, right? The ads that you get on Kick are going to be like porn ads. Like straight up, if you were to go to a porn site right now, right? That level of ads, those types of ads are what you're going to get on Kick when Kick starts doing advertisements. Because it's like the only companies that are going to be okay with advertising on a gambling site, right? Because of the horrendous absolutely horrendous freaking name that Kick has given themselves, right, over the years. They are going to be able to get the absolute bottom of the barrel average ads because no legitimate companies are ever going to want to advertise on Kick because of unless they do some massive overhaul with their PR, or they're able to prove that it is so unbelievably profitable to advertise on Kick that you will be able to do massive ROIs. Because like Coke, Pepsi, Levi's, like all of your big name brands are not going to advertise on Kick because of all of the bullshit that they've allowed to happen on their platform. Formula 4, that's different. Formula 4 isn't advertising on Kick, advertising with Kick. Kick is advertising with Formula 4. So Kick is paying to advertise inside of Formula 4. Formula 4 is not paying to have Kick advertised with them, right? No, it absolutely is. That they're sponsoring something, right? That's all it is. They're probably sponsoring a car. Yeah, they sponsored a car. So Kick pays for this car. This is Kick's car, right? They're allowed to do this. Does it actually say steak? Yeah, see they can't get away from it. Steak, Kick. Steak. 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 This is a steak car. No, this one here, this one's Kick. This one's steak. This is Kick. This is entirely Kick here. This one's steak. This is steak as well. Yeah. But yeah, they're just advertising, right? They sponsor the car, they own the car, right? Or something like that. There's like rules around it and stuff like that. Um so yeah, this is completely normal. Yeah. Hmm. I have very little respect for the company to be completely honest. But that's not news. Pretty much everybody already knows that. I have very little respect for the company. Is this it? Yeah, selected waypoint. We want component AI POI. Selected POI. New. Gotta go prepare myself to work. So you have fun hacking the planet. All right, Funky, you have a good one. Remember, stay furry. I thought it was fluffy. Why is it changed? Huh? 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 All right, there we go. Now if I select this, add point of interest. There we go. Look at that. Oh. Now we need to connect. We need to connect, right? add connection. Add POI connection. Hmm. I got to figure out how this is going to work. So first things first. Waypoints. No. Get next waypoint. Yeah, that's fine. And then we want the drawing system, right? Color yellow. Is it currently yellow? Is that what this is? Is this yellow? Oh, it is. Okay. I don't like the yellow. Let's do red. We're gonna start banning people for that. Look at this. Look at this. Hey, this is the first one. Hey, I'm really enjoying the stream, by the way. Kick fam, go here. Look at this. It's the same message. This one was at least a little bit more unique, like this one. Here's another one, and another one. They're all the same. Wait, I thought I just changed this to red. Wait. Right, I was editing the wrong one. Red. Go to sleep. Have a good sleep, AJ. There we go. They're a little bit better now. Okay, so I want to connect these two. Add POI connection, right? So when we do, and that means that we also need to draw the line, right? If POI, wait, no. For POI, AI POI, connections, connection. We're going to say current POI. Do. Is it in? Okay, POI, do. Where's the POI? Oh, here it is. Connecting POI. int I equals 0. I is less than current POI dot connecting POI dot length plus plus I. Connecting POI equals current POI dot connecting POI dot I. Sorry, and this will be a AI POI. And then we draw the line between these two. And then this is current POI. Wait, draw a line from to. Oh, this is the. Okay, there we go. And then what we're going to do is the managing window here, we actually need to connect them. Connect, add connection. I don't like this. Connections. Do, do, do. Is it push? Add? Unity added to array. Oh, yeah, yeah. This needs to be a list. Yeah, because it needs to grow, right? List. List. Is it system? Hmm. And then I think this becomes count, right? Do, 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 do. If please select at least two PO points of interest. Uh, Give me one sec. I'll be right back. Gonna be a bit. Oh, look at that. I came back and there was another one. Oh, wait, did I delete that one yet? No, it was just another one. I think they'd start getting like interesting or something, but no. Do select a point of this my selected point of interest. Then we populate them. And then what we need to do is we need to loop over all of them and check to see whether or not they are in the point of interest or not. Ooh, I wonder if we could do a set. That would be perfect. I didn't even think about that until like just now. Unity set. Hmm. uh, set type. Hash set. There we go. Creates a new hash set of strings. Hash set. Okay. Get next waypoint. Oh, wait, no. I do need a list. Damn. Because I need to be able to randomly get one, right? Wait, can you get a Unity hash? I don't think you can get random from get random value. Convert the hash to a. Yeah, that's absolutely not what we want at all. Okay. I wonder, actually, can this be just a list? Can you, Unity, can you expand an array? Resize array in C#. Oh, okay. Hmm. Add connection. Connections dot resize. Wait, what? Oh, okay. What is it? Uh, dot resize. And then it's the connections, right? And we want connections dot length plus 1. There we go. And this would be connections equals, or no, this, then we would do connections equals connection length plus connections equals connection. Okay, so for int I to do, and then we do for int I equals 0, I is selected POIs dot length plus plus I. For I int equals 0, I is less than selected objects, selected POIs dot length plus plus I. If I is equal to I, continue. Selected POI dot add connections, add connection. Here we need to make sure that they are not the same, is not in there. So if connections contains connection, return. Let's see if it works. Add connection. Uh, how do I stop this? Because apparently this is an infinite loop of some kind. Object reference. If not connecting li debug dot log debug dot log none. That's weird. Huh. Weird. I wonder why this didn't work. Invalid GUI layout state. As poopy as it is, I think this needs to be a list. Not because like it has to be, but because it's going to be easier that way. Add POI connection. Do, 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 do. I want to make that thicker. Can we make that thicker? Draw a line. Unity, draw line. I'm trying to do gizmos again. Somewhat. Can I do width? Does it support width? Draw. Okay. Let's see if this works. Is that not right? Oh, look at that. Somebody to ban. Wait. So how do I make the why is this not right? Vector 3, vector 3. So what's the issue here? Okay, so why There it is. Look at that. Beautiful. This is a texture 2D. Get a white texture. Mm, this returns a texture 2D. I wonder if we can do, oh, black texture, gray textured, red texture, texture 2D. Can we just do this then? Oh, why can't I just use fucking gizmos? Mm, hmm. I think there's a gizmos that I've got, right? Was it better gizmos? I feel like it is better gizmos. Hmm. I feel like this is gonna be broken. Interesting. Here, docs, docs, docs. Where's the docs? It's in the code. Hmm. You could try this if it doesn't work. That's not a bad. Actually, that's a really good idea. I forgot that they did that. I kind of like the arrow though. Oh, that's neat. But like what is it? How do I select it? Can I select it? Interesting. There's a gizmo drawer. Interesting. Oh, no matter where it is, it's going to select that one thing, right? Yeah. Really, all I want is this. Just want this. Draw arrow. In sec. Let me take a look here. Here we go. Better gizmos. Gizmo color, which will be color dot green. To bottom of the arrow will be the arrow size. Arrow size. We'll say 1. The pow pow is out. I don't actually know if you guys can hear that. Hey, it worked. I do need to move it over. I would like to move it over so it's not in it, but that's fine. Okay, let's try this. So it works with 2. Let's see if it works with 3. This is perfect. It's got tries. Yeah, I imagine it does. I do want to move this back though. Hmm. But I have to figure out the hmm. And I would like to update the positions so they are, you know, mm, a set distance closer to one another. Move each inwards by half distances. Oh yeah, that would be it. Move distance. Huh. Okay. I was wondering if that would do it. What was it? It was B, so end POS minus start POS dot normalized. Then it's start POS plus equals direction times freaking perfect. Do 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 do. Look at that. The arrows, the arrows. I don't like the color. Green is not a good color here. We're gonna do red. And the only reason I'm saying it's not a good color is because it's not visible enough. Oh. Ah, much better. Wonder if there's a darker one. Yeah. Okay. Um, we'll leave it for that for now because that's working. Public void. Break connection or remove connection. Okay, so I've got that, and then we do the remove. Look at that. It's beautiful. So now what we want to do is we want to remove just this one. And then we also want to remove this one. And then if we add point of interest, like this. Wait, what? What? What's the issue here? So 4 can't go to 1 apparently? Oh, wait. Hmm. Why is this one not working though? Oh, it was just because of that. Okay. Oh, it's because connections isn't initialized? Do 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 do. In Unity. This is literally the issue right here. Now, if I create a new one, there we go. That was the problem. Coming. I'll be right back. I've got to do some. I'm grabbing food, so I'm gonna run a bunch of ads. Oh, look, another one from Kick Fam. It's almost like it's the only thing that you can get on fucking Kick. I do wonder, like, with Kick, do do people actually care, like, enough to, like, are people actually clicking through to that shit to go get compromised? Because, like, you sign up for, like, you go in, and I guarantee you that they're compromising accounts, right? Because they've probably got some scam that's going on to get people to either get people's Kick accounts, right? Like, maybe you have to, like, set up some kind of dumb shit to get that working, or something like that. Who the fuck knows, kind of thing. And it's just like, why is this a thing? Like, in order to get onto the Kick Discord, the actual official Kick Discord, you actually have to link your Kick account with your Discord, but you need to give them permission to join servers. So I to because I wanted to get in so I could report security issues and bugs and stuff like that, um, to them correctly, like through the Discord and whatnot, like while I was doing testing. And so, like, I joined in, and they're like, "Oh, you can't actually use it until you authorize this." So what I did was I allowed it, and then I immediately went to my Discord and I removed Kick's ability to do anything on my Discord account. Oh yeah, like, I don't know what the game is, because, like, I'm not going to join the Discord to find out. But I imagine it's something like the Kick Fam Discord scam. I imagine it's probably like, you join the Kick Fam Discord, and in order to do anything, you have to link your Kick account to your Discord or something like that, or grant permissions to your disc to something, right? Using OAuth, and then they have your OAuth info for Kick. So, like, every single one of these accounts is probably somebody who joined it. Like, although maybe not, because they all have 0 followers. I wish that we could see how long they've been an account. Oops. Tsunami. Us only. Huh. No me is only. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bus のみ。I'm going to be entirely honest. I'm starting to lose a little bit of steam and kind of want to take a break. All right. I'm going to take a break for like maybe 2 hours. All right. Yeah. Going to take the lunch break. All right. See you guys in a bit. Ta-ta for now. You too, Chrono.